Hello everyone, welcome back to my Let's Play of Vampyr, Part 3. Was talking to a friend that has played this before, back about 3 years ago, and he told me that there is a excuse me. He told me that there was a
A giant morgue disguised as a hospital.
a basement. I'm like, there's a basement? Apparently there's a basement. Okay.
Pembroke is so lucky to have Dr. Reed.
So, I don't know how I missed it, but I apparently did. He was like, "Hey, do you remember where you find the wallet?" And I'm like, vaguely. Yeah, I'm not in the, what do you call it, there anymore, am I?
Go back home, idiots! Speak English, do ya?
Okay. Really?
I cannot enter.
If that's supposed to be it, then I can't go down it. Okay. It's locked apparently. I think I saw the dude's thing from here, but
It's locked, all right.
You know what? I'm gonna look this up online. I really hated to do this, but I don't want to sit, well, I got time, but I'm not gonna waste any more time to not find where this is. Picture 3. Oh my god, this website is terrible. I don't want to go forward. I want to just stay where I want. Just stay there. If it goes, I'm going to be ticked. Probably go again. This is, yep, it went. Ah, you stupid, 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 stupid website. Never seen a website where they're like, here's a series of pictures. I'm like, okay, well, here's the picture I want to view. Okay, we're going to go forward. No, go back to the picture I want to go back to. Okay, we're just going to go forward now. Bad website design. How not to make your website 101. Do not do this. If you're... Okay. If you're looking at a photo, don't let it change to another one. Come on, game. See, this looks like the photo. If this stupid website didn't switch it over on me. Yeah. Okay, so there was like apparently a letter right here. And a guy was sitting here. Did I kill him or something? Because it's like, oh, if you spared his life, and I'm like, I guess. I gotta remember that. Oh, Lord. Is he dead? Did I kill him? This is fatigue. It's in French for crying out loud. But the website's in English. You gotta be really stupid in order to do that. Here's the website in English. Now here's the photo in French. And I didn't even do a trigger over it anyway, too. So, it's weird. There he is. Wait, what? Wait, what? Is the game glitched out on me? That's why I couldn't find him. Yeah, so much for being around the hospital, my guy. You're down here. No wonder I couldn't find you. It's gonna be one of these games.
It's locked.
Where's he at? Get out of here. Don't do this to me, game. Oh my god, are you serious? Where is he? Oh, well, there you are.
What happened? Did I black out? Oh, I've been kidding. What happened?
I'm talking to
Did I
him.
black out? Oh, I've been kidding.
So he's right there, but I'm...
Did I black out?
Oh my god, this game. Oh, this is gonna be painful to play. You know what? I was gonna do a peaceful run, but I'm just not gonna care. I just don't care anymore. This game is broken.
Oh, I've been kidding.
That's the man right there that I have to return the item to. And it's not allowing me to. Bring back the knife to its owner.
What happened?
Oh my god. Why do you have to be oh, you know what? Screw this.
Did I black out?
That's all he says over and over again, and I can't actually bring it back to him. I'm done. I don't care anymore. I don't. This game is just wasting my time. I'm sitting here trying to figure out where this guy is. I finally find him by looking it up online just now, and he just keeps repeating the same stuff over and over again, and I have a quest to get complete with him. I hate when games do this. When you do that type of stuff, and it's wasting my time, yeah, your game's wasting my time. I could be playing other games, and, you know, that are more stable than this.
I cannot enter.
Oh, okay. Not now. Analyze is what? First need to analyze the components you found to unlock new recipes. Click on to analyze components. Press blood sample. Oh wait, you have enough components to improve one of your weapons. Kinda don't want to upgrade so... Hey Gunner, so I was looking for this basement that you speak of. Couldn't find it, so I got fed up and I went and looked up the quest line specifically online, and it showed me an image of like this guy being in the tent, and I went to the tent, he wasn't there. So I was like, okay. So I'm here, I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? And I like, started looking around. Then I ended up finding him. Oh, he's down below. Okay, that's great. So I went down the stairs, down around, couldn't find him, went back upstairs, and I'm like, wasn't he just right here? So I went and found him again upstairs with his dot from the, Then I went down the other stairway, went to where he is. I'm pressing X on him, and he just keeps going, did I black out? Did I black out? And I'm like, are you serious right now? Really? And I can't seem to get him, like, I can't complete his quest because he's just laying there on the ground. And that's it. He's not dead, obviously, because he's speaking. And I have no idea the reason why he won't, like, let me talk to him to complete it. Because he's just, like, his back up against, like, a brick wall, like, just, or a brick column, just, like, saying that over and over again. And I'm just like, oh my god. Maybe I have to craft this. Maybe this is what I gotta do.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me.
Yeah. He is fatigued, so maybe I have to cure that? I don't know.
The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night.
No.
I have so much time now.
There it is, right down there.
Did I black out? What happened? Did I black out?
See? I feel like this game's broken, because they're telling me to take the knife back to him. I have the knife, and then yet this game just does stupid crap like this. Like, it's just... This is annoying. You might actually have to sleep. But he's right there. This makes no sense. Like, I should be able to easily just give it to him. I really should. And how do you treat people? Like, do they ask to be treated or something? Or do you just have to select a certain button to, like, put syringes or medicine into them or something? He's drunk right now. I don't care if he's drunk. I just want to get my quest over. Fine, I'll sleep. And that's all I needed to do. I'm gonna be so ticked. Just can't stand stuff like that. The game's like wasting my time. The character's right there. I should be able to do it just like that. Not 20 minutes later. Wait. How do I sleep? Oh, just confirm, I guess. Oh, whatever. Oh yeah, the following night. Yeah, that's how you sleep.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature. Just mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
What? Were you?
Hurry now, Doctor. It's freezing here.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
Nurse, this room is off limits, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. Make sure the rest of the staff are so informed.
Of course, Doctor. And what about the antiseptics? Or do I inform the staff that you're too busy?
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way, then. Thank you, nurse. It's locked, all right.
Oh, the morgue? If she wanted to go into my room for antiseptics, why didn't she just be like, hey, well, if you don't want me to go in there, can you at least go and get some out? Then I'd be like, okay, cool, here you go. Here's your antiseptics. At least that's what I would have done. Alright, where's this dude? There he is. Wait, yeah, there you are. You, talk to me.
Good evening, Mr. Cox.
Dr. Reed. Still working at night, I see. I like that.
And
Okay.
why is that?
People who don't sleep at night always seem more alive to me. More interesting, one way or another.
I have found a gift from your wife.
In that case, you'll be properly rewarded, Doc. Clay Cox is a man of his word.
I hope that won't make me an accomplice to your future crimes.
Who knows what I might do now I feel invincible again.
Do you ever think about that poor fellow I saw you push in the water?
The wound he gave me will make
To open the
sure
lock boxes,
I
you
don't
actually have to
forget
kill
him.
people and they give you keys on them.
Fucking
Right on.
ass. Boss had cut me good.
A few minutes ago, I was so, ticked off that I wanted to actually start killing people in this game. Because this guy was just, laying there.
What did he want? Revenge?
I recently had to kill his brother. Poor arsehole thought it would be easy to return the favour.
Only the strongest survive, then. Survival at all costs. Is that all you think about?
I'm the toughest bastard you'll ever meet, Dr. Reed. And I don't give a fuck what you think of me.
That man was determined to murder you. You almost died.
What a surprise. First time I met him, he nearly shit himself. Fucking coward. I guess revenge gives you balls.
How is your hospitalization going, Mr. Cox?
This is a shitty place with shitty staff. But as long as I'm treated all right, I'll be fine.
What's wrong with the Pembroke staff?
That bastard you sent to bring me here, Milton. I thought he was going to break all my bones before I reached my bed.
I see. Any other smart comments?
The nurses aren't too ugly. Especially that foxy one, Nurse Crane. Pretty brunette, tough attitude, all like that.
What's wrong with the hospital?
Come on, Dr. Reed. The place is a dump. Smelly, sad, and dirty.
But you're alive thanks to the efforts and dedication of the staff here, aren't you?
What are you expecting, a medal? I thought that saving lives was just part of the job. Must be an unsatisfactory profession at this time, I'm sure.
How long do you think you can escape the law, Clay?
I know this city like the back of my hand, Doc. I know its streets, who to pay, who to avoid, and who to bully. I won't get caught.
We can't escape the consequences of our actions. The past catches up with us in the end.
I ain't afraid of death. I don't hide who I am. I live my life honestly, which is more than I could say for most folks.
And who are you?
I'm the leader of the Wet Boot Boys. One day, I'll leave this shitty place and punch in the face all who thought I would not come back.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Okay. Alright, there's something else I need to do. What is it? Oh, yeah. Before I go and do that, I'm gonna go and handle this.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Yeah, Clay is probably a murderer.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
I don't understand. Where is it asking me to go? Upstairs, okay. It says he's got fatigue, and it says for me to how to cure it, but Gunner, how do I go about curing this guy? Because I made a thing for fatigue. Do you remember offhand?
Hey, Doc.
Alright, I'm gonna have to look this up. Okay, I see.
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox. I hope you're starting to take better care of yourself.
This place is full of sickness and decay. How could I get better in such a dump?
Consider yourself lucky that I'm treating all of my patients equally. But don't push your luck.
Don't play the innocent with me. I'm sure you have good reasons to act this way. And also weaknesses that can be exploited.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Well, I just treated him. He's too good fatigue. I don't know if I'll be able to.
A giant morgue disguised as a hospital.
Check something here. So he's got a cold. He's got fatigue, so I'm gonna make another fatigue. Cold. Don't know what Overpower's got right yet. Hold on a moment. Get the comments here in a second. Just twitch up here. Every time you rest, someone else tends to get sick, so it's a never-ending cycle. Oh, Lord. Okay. That's great. It's great to hear. I'll create one more fatigue, I guess. Cold, cold, colds and 2 fatigues.
It's locked, all right. Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Doctor.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Why is there 2? I see why now.
I wish I could discuss
on every streetcar.
oil with fever.
The daily routine.
Okay, so... Hold on a moment. When you heal people, do you get XP for it? Like, treat them, I mean? Only for a certain amount of times.
It's locked.
Okay. Okay, so now I can actually leave that way. Looked like that place was covered in mold. Because of the stuff floating in the air. Oh my. And now back through the store. I thought like pressing X on it would like unlock it or something like that so I can like go out that door. But nope, it actually took me right out and I'm like, oh, my bad. But it's weird the key didn't work for that door when I tried it.
It's locked, all right. Balls of Mars. Fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful. behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness key will surely grant me access to the basement.
Well, no need to wonder how to get down there anymore. Oh!
I cannot enter.
FC2 PA 26. Okay. Sample. Oh, right. Wait, where did that guy go?
It's locked.
Really?
These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after blood. Just still sits there.
Blood absorb. You just acquired a new type of offhand weapon. Equip it and press triangle to directly absorb blood. Press triangle to continue. Or X to continue, I mean. Okay.
It's locked. So ferocious. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting. Sodium hypochlorite. Dangerous to administer, but efficient in the proper dosage.
Alright, there we go. Load times in this game are rough, yeah. They're pretty lengthy. Sort of reminds me of a yeah, kind of Bloodborne, but The Witcher. The main issue with Bloodborne was when you died, which is a lot, and the other one was loading place to place. like fast traveling. Pizza. Stairs. Okay, how are you? Wait, am I missing... still missing ingredients from over there? Because I ended up being in a boss fight and I got something. But I looked in every single area that I could and it only gave me so much. So what am I missing? This doesn't make sense.
It's locked, all right.
Birmingham, 27th of October. Long letter. Hello sis, how are things in the big city? Here in Brum, things are not so good. It seems the flu is here again, and we have many new cases of infection in the neighborhood. Do you remember Miss Scheller? The old drinking hag from the 3rd floor? She passed away 2 days ago, and her flat is already occupied again. Geez, you would have to pay me a huge amount of money to go sleep in the bed in which a woman died of the flu just a few hours ago. Sorry I did not just take time to quickly answer your last letter. Between taking care of little Paul, Mom, Dad, and the job at the factory, I rarely find time to write to my favorite sister. By the way, my son says hello to his auntie Pippa. You should see the little bugger. Already driving me mad, and Mom says you bring back some of the marvelous cakes the next time you come back home. In your last letter, you told me you thought about quitting your job at the Pembroke Hospital. I have to tell you, Pip, you better think twice. There are always jobs at the factory. Oh, you better think twice. There are always jobs at the factory. The wages are shit, and it's boring as a day without a shag. Oh, I have a new fiance, and no, I'm no slut, you moral bitch. You. So if you really want to quit and do something more useful than counting the dead every morning, maybe you better stay in London and join the band you told me about, the Guardian of Privend? Something like that? Never heard of them, but if they are, like you said, some sort of civil militia trying to make a difference, then maybe it's a good choice for you. But be sure to let the others go in front. That's how my poor Billy got killed in France, by leading too many patrols. Bloody war. Anyway, come back as soon as you can. Give me all the good news before that. I am your affectionate sister, Lucy, Paul, Mom, and Dad.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pepper, are you sure you want to leave this hospital?
To become a nurse was a little girl's dream. But in the end, I don't feel that useful. I want more. I want to make things change.
Be proud of what you've achieved. Patients need you. This isn't acceptable.
You should be proud of what you've achieved. This hospital represents hope for many people in need of help.
Maybe you're right. But at the moment, I feel like we're just a cemetery waiting room.
What steps are you prepared to take to feel more useful?
I don't know yet. My sister believes that the real fight is in the streets nowadays. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is what I must do.
If you feel that saving lives is not useful enough, perhaps it means that you've lost faith.
On the contrary, my faith has never been stronger. Maybe we are all just too proud to face up to the fact that science cannot compete with God.
And what about Milton Hooks? Does he share your point of view?
For Milton, any change means more comfort and more peace. I disagree.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Oh, you gotta do some chores. Alright, Gunner. Thank you for the lurk. I was just about to ask you something about this, but... oh, that seems a little weird. Why is it still showing this? Oh. I don't know why it shows two of them, but whatever.
Still more coming.
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes, Nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
Diseases decrease the blood quality of a citizen use. Or of a citizen. Use the correct medicine to heal them. Speak to the patient in the room behind Dorothy to check his medical status.
This shift never ends. You always need words to calm the children, Ellen. Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Yeah, I did. Laggy as heck because the servers are overpopulated. That's why the game works so well. It's because barely anybody plays it. And one little update, people go running towards it like it's the second coming for that game. Oh my good grief, it's just Resident Evil. And it doesn't even belong in that game anyway, in my opinion. They should, like, I don't know. Yeah, Resident Evil is a survival horror game, but you have guns and everything to, like, fight back and stuff. I've never seen a Resident Evil game that had no guns. I don't know. That's just my opinion, and I know I'm in the minority about it, but still, it's annoying.
Do you need any help?
Thank you, Dr. Reed, but you've done enough already.
But yeah,
the rest is up to me now.
Garbage update. But yes, I have played it.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Don't waste your time with
Good
me.
evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
It's kind of weird. Remember, Citizen's Blood will provide you a massive XP boost. Look for citizens of your mesmerize level or below and choose wisely. It's kind of weird.
Strickland's project could be dangerous. I have a mind to report him to Dr. Ackroyd.
Interesting. Doorway wasn't open up before, but it is now somehow. So either talk to Ackroyd or the other dude. I can't remember which one is the butthead.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland. And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
I have managed to improve the mixture by diluting it. Have you ever heard of Sir Joseph Francis Olive? Or the placebo effect?
No, I don't think so. Why?
A placebo is a substance or procedure that has no actual physical effect.
You made a placebo of my project. Why?
Research has established that a placebo, as long as the subject believes in the effect, can provoke a positive physiological reaction.
Really? That's fascinating. And you want me to, what, administer the placebo and see what occurs?
Something like that, yes.
Well, I'm a bit surprised, but I trust you, Dr. Reed. Please take the key to my cabinet and put this placebo there for future use.
Okay.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Go back upstairs again.
It's locked. It's locked, all right. It's locked.
M. Goswick's medical file. Patient Matthew, Matthew, I don't know why I said Matthew. Mortimer Goswick, male, age 23, followed by Dr. Aykroyd. Status convalescence. Date of admission 27th of October. Date of release to be determined. Notes: the patient shows many signs of extreme fatigue and major sores on the throat, mouth, and tongue, but no sign of flu. Refuses to speak. Claims it's too painful, needs rest and healing of throat, mucous membrane before any decision can be made concerning his release. Doctor's office is downstairs. I thought it was upstairs. Well then. Communication in the doctor's office.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Ellen.
But it's saying it's right here. Doesn't make sense.
It's locked, all right. It's locked, all right.
Okay, letter to Dr. Swansea. Pembroke Hospital, 14th of October. Dear Dr. Swansea, despite the actual urgency of the sanitary situation, I must inform you for a recent case of professional misconduct inside the Pembroke. Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan has been found guilty of undeniable unprofessional conduct, and thus guilty of endangering a patient. I should say palate, otherwise. Patient. Under no circumstances should a nurse diagnose and establish a prescription without at least informing the referent doctor about her conclusion. You know me, Edgar, yeah. I'm not against professional initiative when it's for the interests of all, especially during a crisis like the one we are facing, but we can't allow a nurse to perform a diagnosis and decide on a procedure to apply to a patient. The fact that said patient survived is no attenuating circumstance. It just means we dodged the bullet this time. I demand the strictest authority on this matter. Your very respectfully, Dr. Waverly Aykroyd. Oh.
At least Strickland can't kill anyone with this formula.
It's weird.
It's locked, all right.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure. Please show me. Of course.
Tomorrow, more bodies will arrive.
Docks.
Pembroke is so lucky to have Dr. Reed.
Let's head down this way.
Are you deaf? Get them weapons ready! Start it, vermin! This one's mine!
this guy is. It's been a hot minute since I played this game. Thanks to my TV dying. Dear Mother, whatever happens to me, always remember that your son loves you. I know you did not always approve the way I chose my life, but I won't change. I was born and raised in this part of town, and I just can't stand what is happening to my neighborhood, to people we know. I recently made a terrible decision. I decided to strike back against the tyranny of a few. I know that they will retaliate, but I'm ready for whatever comes, thanks to you. I've always loved to read. Now that I'm able to take action, I can only quote Elaine de la Bode. They only seem tall because we're on our knees. I won't kneel anymore, Mother. I intend to stand straight, whatever it costs. Goodbye, my beloved Mother Jack.
There is a name engraved under the blood on the back of the case. Jack Gillingham. Maybe I should return this watch to his family. I have this thirst for blood.
There he is.
Good evening, sir.
Whatever.
Don't you recognize me? We met a few nights ago.
Don't take it personally. I spent a lot of energy forgetting what I did the night before.
Yes, you had definitely drunk too much then as well. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
I'm Dyson Delaney. I'll try to remember you. This time.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Delaney?
I drink. I drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night. And then I drink some more.
Why do you drink so much?
Maybe it's because I prefer dying slowly. Death can be so abrupt. Personally, I like to see mine coming at my own pace.
You sound very sad, sir.
That's because I am, Doc.
Don't you work at all?
I'd love to, but I don't have the time. Didn't I tell you? Drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night.
Is there anything in particular that you like about this part of town? Except for the cheap drinks, I mean.
How dare you say such a thing? I love this neighborhood. So friendly. So joyful.
Why are you so cynical?
Cynicism is the polite way to express despair, Doctor.
No reason at all to rejoice, then? Life is hopeless and then we die, is that it?
Let me tell you a story.
All right. Go on.
A few years ago, when I believed a resolute man could change things around here for good, a tragedy occurred nearby.
What kind of tragedy?
It was a bomb. Bomb that exploded and killed many people. Metal and blood everywhere. Shouts, fire, broken window of the shoe shop, the torn street light.
You lost people you loved that day, didn't you?
I've lost everything. But you know what the worst part is? I don't even remember where it happened. I've drunk so much to forget it. Now I can't remember where it was. I can't pay my homage to the dead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Delaney.
It's okay. If you ever find the place, just leave a flower for me there. Even if you tell me where it is. I'm not sure I'd memorize it.
Is there anything in...
How dare you say...
No...
Let me...
All right. What you...
It's up...
Inebriation aside, do you need medical help?
Yes. I feel sicker than usual these days.
Take this, then. And perhaps you could try to slow down the alcohol intake, too.
Hey, Doc, you don't really want me to stop the only remedy I can afford.
Surely you must have had dreams and expectations when you were young, like everybody else.
Sure. I wanted things to change. To really change, and to change for good. The bigger the dream, the harder the fall.
Sounds like you were an idealist, which is honorable.
No, sir. I was an anarchist, and I believe that exclusive property is a robbery in nature. I wanted a new world to rise from the ashes, Dr. Reed.
Do you really think the world is that bad?
No, I believe we all can choose to make it better. But most of us are too weak, too corrupt and too guilty. I failed for sure, but others will come.
Come on, pizza.
I want to know more about your past as an anarchist, Dyson.
I'm still an anarchist, Doctor, make no mistake. I just reject violence as a tool to change the world, unlike my comrades.
Do you still see your comrades, then? Even if you don't agree with their methods anymore, I mean.
No. I hope they'll come to share my point of view one day. I'll raise my glass to that splendid idea.
Do you believe in a bloodless revolution, then?
I do not believe in much anymore, Doctor. But I'll admit I like your idea of peaceful change. I like it a lot.
Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
Okay, now that he's taken care of. No, I went to go and heal that dude from a, what do you call it out here? Fatigue. And then he gave me like a quest saying something about like, go, yeah, this dude here. He was just like, oh, like something about place with violence. If you find this place, put a flower there for me or something like that. What the?
Every night, the darkness, and every dawn.
Oh, here we go.
Good evening, Mr. Fishburne.
Yeah.
Do you require medical assistance?
That's something I didn't expect to hear again. A doctor concerned with the health of his patients. Yeah. I could use some help. On several matters, in fact.
I don't know which kind of doctor you're used to dealing with, but it's a doctor's purpose to heal people.
And is it your purpose as well, Mr. Reed? I would say it's a convenient way for gaining people's trust.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne. Good evening, madam. I'm Dr. Reed. Could I come in?
Why? What do you want?
I work at the Pembroke Hospital. I'm investigating the flu epidemic in this area.
Oh, the Spanish flu. Well, that's quite liberal of you, Doctor. But this is no time to be knocking at people's doors.
I'll leave you then. Good night.
Need to get my mesmerized level up. Not what I wanted. Need to get back to the hospital. So turn back around. Whoa, who are you?
Hello, boy.
Hello. Good evening.
Did I scare you? You have nothing to fear from me.
No, it's just that people prefer to avoid me.
Well, I won't. I'm a doctor.
My name is Rufus, sir. Rufus Kingsbury.
What can you tell me about this region?
It's all about staying out of trouble. But since most people prefer to avoid me, it's pretty easy.
Why do people avoid you?
They call me Rufus the Curse. Around here, I'm a bit of a bad luck charm.
Have you ever thought about leaving?
Where else would I go? At least I know these streets and some people around here. This is my city, for better or worse.
What do you do around here, Rufus?
I listen to the news on the docks, sir. And I smile at those kind enough to spare me a bob.
What do people say about this place?
Things have been tense between the Wet Boot Boys and the Communists. They both feel they should run the docks.
Do you have a job?
It's hard to work, what with my head and all. Since I was a boy, I've always had trouble remembering what I do and why I do it.
Anemia. Damn. Sorry. Don't have a cure
So
for
long,
anemia.
Rufus. Be careful.
For treatment, anyway. Yes, Gunner. How do I get my mesmerized level up? Do I level that up or something, or do I actually have to kill people in order to do that? Story progression. Random dark. Apparently dogs are dargs to me. Random dog barking in the background. Yeah, I just need to get the mesmerizing too. Oh, you missed.
That leech is fast!
Nah, this were attacking me. Every papers I've been seeing so far are stuff like I've like read. Okay, in the right place. That stuff for it. Is that what he had? I gotta look. Can't recall. No, not you. Anemia? Yeah, anemia. Oh yeah, duh. Just did one for sepsis. And I just realized how much numbers it took for things. It took 15 sodium high. Whatever. Yeeks. Yeeks? Whatever yeeks means. Let's talk to Edgar. Let's talk to Swanson TV dinner.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea, but my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
It may seem strange, but your words have brought me some comfort here.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
There is no need to apologize, Edgar. You offered me sanctuary when I had none.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Okay. Talk to the hospital benefactor. I need enough more sodium. I need more sodium, blah blah blah. It's Dr. Swansea's. It's kind of known for different things there, but
the flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet Lady of Mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a the lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
All I'm gonna say is ooh la la.
Apologies. You've taken me by surprise. I'm very happy to see you.
The pleasure is mine, Doctor.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition.
All I can say is ooh la la. Alright, so talk to Harriet in the hospital. Wonder if that's Harriet there. Yep.
Simpletons, these nurses. Bred with no respect.
Doris Fletcher, Sapo. Royal Guard Hall Theatre, Clyde Fitch, and presents. Okay. Yeah, Royal Garden Hall Theatre, Clyde Fitch presents Doris Fletcher, Sapo. It's right there. It says it on the right. A small bag of junk. Love me a small bag of junk.
What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here. You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts is a poor sod's vein.
If I didn't know better, Miss Jones, I'd be inclined to say you enjoy this type of idle gossip.
God's honest truth, Doctor. It's just the way it is here. Most of these bitches would let you freeze to death before getting you a blanket.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. You've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round.
Find Nurse Pippa Hawkins, Dorothy Crane, and Brannigan.
The patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them. Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if the nurse finds some happiness where she can?
What can you tell me about...
Let me get...
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Wrong button.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
According to the report I read, your unprofessional conduct put a patient in danger, Gwyneth.
That's not true. I know when my patient's life is at risk, and I'm more competent than a lot of doctors that I know. Problem is, I'm a woman.
I don't see what your gender has to do with your abilities, nurse.
Yes, nurse. Because I'll never be a doctor, no matter what my skills. I could make a decision that could save a life, but oh no, that's unbecoming conduct.
Have you heard of Elizabeth Blackburn? She was the first woman listed on the UK Medical Register. Change is slow, but it will come. And you will always have my support.
To have the right to study shouldn't be determined by sex, skin, or wealth. That's all I'm saying.
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. Just like the patients.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Damn it, I want to talk to this guy. Woman, get out of my way. Dorothy Crane. Dorothy Crane. Can't talk to this guy? It's kind of weird.
Is our little mystery closer to being solved, Dr. Reed?
I think of nothing else.
My situation...
I'm trying to talk to that dude. I can't. Okay, that's Brannigan.
Good evening,
Dr. Reed.
Have you... Nurse Brannigan has been recently accused of neglecting her professional duties. Tell me what you really think about it.
This kind of protest is nothing but elitist bullshit. I trust Nurse Brannigan with my life. She has what it takes to be a great doctor.
Do you really think she could be the next Elizabeth Blackwell?
Believe me, Dr. Reed, a time will come when skill and skill alone will determine who can be a physician and who cannot.
You're here.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
She's upstairs. Man, I can't find this one doctor. What is going on here? Seriously. Come on. Don't do this to me now. I hate this. This is what I didn't like about... This is what I didn't like about Dragon's Dogma. Like, I would go to somewhere, like, where it said this person's, like, located online, and then they're not there, and I'm like, that's great. I wonder if I can go back into his office. Oh. Pembroke Hospital, 4th of August. Letter Rakisha Chadana. Dear Dr. Swansea, I will be glad to manage the temporary morgue as soon as it's open. As I have already told you, I was doctor during the war, and I will be glad to serve my country again. I know it is not the same thing being a physician for the dead as it is for the living, but I believe it is important to welcome and take good care of the departed too. Rest assured, I will do my best to fully perform the new duty to the best of my ability. Concerning the question of my qualifications, I'm sorry I can't give you anything more valuable than my parole. I swear to you, my retirement made me a doctor during the war, and that I saved many lives. If my word is not enough, if you can contact the military administration to verify my experiences and skill, they will confirm that even if I ever followed any medical studies, the war taught me what a doctor really needs to know. Always sincerely, Rakesh Kadana, former doctor. Warning letter. Pembroke Hospital, 25th of October. Dear Dr. Swansea, I must inform you of my deepest reservations concerning the Dr. Thoreau Strickland and Harvey Fiddick case. Mr. Fiddick has been hospitalized after a severe work injury. He may permanently lose the use of his arm and not treated adequately. Dr. Strickland claims that a surgical procedure may save the man's arm completely. I say it may also severe its functions for good if complications arise. Our young colleague is an audacious and daring surgeon who might prove a great professional in a few years, but for now he lacks the skill to perform such a risky procedure. Need I remind you of the mistakes he made in the past? Since Dr. Strickland refuses to listen to me, I strongly advise you to forbid him to perform such a hazardous experiment. Your very respectfully, Dr. Waverly Ackroyd. Rare species of vampires. As a scholar and exegete of ancestral writings, I would... That's nice, my pizza. As a scholar and exaggerate of ancestral writings, I would never insist enough about the importance of taking legends and ancient folklores into account when searching for hints about hidden or lost secrets. A common mistake is to take what we know for an established truth and use it to discard any contradictory material. For example, we must consider the possibility of undiscovered species of vampires and the necessity to rethink what we see as the established truth about the various types of immortals. Based on what we know and what we gathered throughout time, for how many centuries did we consider that vampire was the vernacular term for what we learned to call Ekron, until the day 4 explorers of the Brotherhood found proof in Siberia that Vulcans were a lupine? Lupini? I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but I'm going to say lupine. Type of vampire. We considered these creatures to be linked to the mythological werewolf. Now we know it isn't not true. What about the rest? What about the Rakasha from my homeland? What about the Chinese Jiangxi and the Peterson of southern Peterson of southern Chile? And without even leaving the beautiful Great Britain, what about the stories about bad-shaped women sometimes seen flying around St. James Church in Loth? What about the creature only identified as a disaster in some obscure testimonies, which tried to destroy London in 1666 by spreading plague all around the city? What about the Nimrod, the mythical creature of the restless vampire hunter, sometimes described by ancestral British icons as legendary huntsman who only feeds on his prey's blood and could go unnoticed among the mortals and immortals? I tell you, my brother, we never could be too sure what we could find. Hold on a sec, folks. Sorry about that. I tell you, my brothers, we could never be too sure of what we could find, if only we could forget for a few minutes what we're supposed to already know. From Unveiling the Night by Usher Daltrey, primate of St. Paul. I have no idea where this woman is. Can't find this nurse. Where is this nurse at? Maybe she's with that guy. What guy? Press L3 to activate your senses. If a citizen is behaving suspiciously, their heart will emit a distinctive glow. By looking at the citizen, you unlock a special interaction. Look for Dorothy Crane.
Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please, calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but we had a disagreement. and Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend.
Oh, the blackmailer? Maybe.
What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. Taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about it,
so that's what
I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Gunnar was talking about. I don't really want to do that though. I want to look for Nurse Dorothy Crane. Yeah, but I'm looking for Nurse Crane first. The only nurses I find is Pippa and Gwyneth. Oh, you can't do Crane till after sewers? See, this is what I don't like, because if I tend to go and do something without really knowing if I can actually not do something or whatever, and then I end up losing, like, my, you know, my spot, then I'm screwed. So, say I get this and I didn't know that if by doing this mission I lose my progress, it's over. Like, like, you know, like I could lose this thing, and I don't agree with that. I hate that. It drives me bonkers. And they keep saying, oh, find Dorothy, find Dorothy, find Dorothy. I'm like, can't find Dorothy, dweeb.
Can you remind me why we still work here?
Dr. Reed will help straighten things out in Pembroke.
So, where am I going? This way, apparently. Okay, I think I got an idea.
You listening? It's one of them!
Why? It's one of them. Oh. I have to take a look at the controls because I can't remember what the... Can I crouch? Down and around. I'll try that, I guess. Oh crap, it's raining. Give me a few moments, folks. My apologies, folks. I got a call that I had to go and close the windows in the vacant apartments because there was construction going on in there. And they had the windows open. They wanted me to check and see if they had it closed. I ended up grabbing the wrong set of keys because the locks were changed recently, so I had to come back and find a new pair and then go down and make sure they were shut. Alright. So
I cannot enter.
Of course. That doesn't make too much sense. Garbage, Gunner. Garbage. I'm actually... Well, you know what I think about the whole Resident Evil. Being on Dead by Daylight.
It's elite! Kill it! It's too fucking far! Die, vermin!
Why can't I go up there? Okay, that's weird. Yep, that's dumb. Can't seem to go up there. Whatever.
It's locked, all right.
He's over there! There's one of them vermin!
So call me vermin. Boring killer. Well, let's just say this. The developers of Dead by Daylight is so good that they released the new chapter and they had to already disable the new area. The new map, because it was making the game crash. For real right now?
Don't worry, we're safe.
Okay, I see what I gotta do now. Apparently I didn't get a download for that. Any idea why there was an update for it?
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I have to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals. Or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
The hell mode is out now. Update to the shop. Okay. My coffee's here. Give me a moment. I'll be back when this thing loads. Going back. Gunner, does the update make World War Z a better game? Oh wait, wrong game, sorry.
He's locked the door behind him. I need to find another way to follow him. This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
Gunner, what is the most powerful weapon in the game to upgrade? Because, like, or some of the most, do you remember? The only reason why I asked is because one of the things there that I got, or when I was doing, like, the bench stuff earlier, it's like, oh, you can upgrade an weapon now, and I'm like, cool. Don't really wanna, just in case I upgrade something that was completely stupid to upgrade. Cyberpunk is coming back to the PlayStation Store June 21st. No, I didn't. Does that mean that they actually fixed the game? I don't want to die. I want to see World War Z become a better game. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Loading screen. Because why not? Where do you get your game news there, Gunner?
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here. I need to get out.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. Okay, I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
That's it. Headache. Uh-oh. Didn't mean to press that.
Are you sure you're all right?
Yes. Yes, I don't look up news stories anymore, because most of the stuff that's going to be, like, you know, for news stories is just, like, PlayStation 5 stuff mostly. Well, there's going to be some PS4 stuff as well, but I just gave up on it. I just kind of lost interest. Oh, great. My game mess up? Oh, there we go, okay. Yeah, I just gave up. I just lost interest in following up on news and stuff like that anymore. I used to get it from PlayStation Lifestyle. to go back in the sewers? Are you kidding me? Kidding me right now? Still can't believe you want to go for the pacifist run when you can't get the trophy for complete. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I just... I don't know. Oh, man. Part of me is just like, yeah, I kind of want to go for it, but at the same time, I'm just like, I don't know if I really want to go for the platinum trophy. I don't know. I'm kind of wishy-washy on it. Like, I want it, but I don't. Okay, that's to leave.
I can't believe I'm doing this. What sort of creature is this? Not a lot to check, but I should anyway.
Boss becomes common enemies later in the game. Oh boy. If you are sick, if you have no money, whoever you are, wherever you're from, come see Dorothy to get help. No tricks, no charges, no questions asked. Just find Darius Petrescu's house and present this coupon. Nurse Crane's voucher.
Some voucher. Free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her.
Anywho. It's good. What if the name of this game is actually called, pronounced Vampyr? Vampyr. Man, I want to play some Vampyr. Who's with me? Oh, great. That's terrible.
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Alright, Gunner. Thanks for dropping by.
Fuck you all! Fuck it all! Stop it now, Albert, stop it! The wet boots will be proud of me.
What?
Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor. And no one can help me. Not even you.
I have found a very interesting letter. Your son planned to prove his worth to the gang by stealing your medicine.
Oh, I see. So the little bugger thought he could use his dad to build a reputation.
The gang's recruiter was dead when I found him. Perhaps you should take better care of your son.
I love my Albert, sir. Believe me. It's just... well, I'm an arsehole, I suppose. Anyway, thanks for the letter. This is for your trouble.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Have you heard anything?
It's funny, I've been searching for her too. I need some pills. But the woman is a phantom, if you ask me.
Really? And why is that?
Word is she ain't real. She's a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job. I even used to have a name. Now I'm just Ben. Ben the Trap.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public execution.
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that I'm sick in the head, you see, and the boy just failed me last nerve.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
Me? I'll not die in some piss-stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lavvy.
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. If she's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything, it ain't me.
All right. Perhaps the poor drunk just confused you with someone else.
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
Goodbye, young man.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets. Not me.
Where'd that guy go?
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help?
I'm afraid...
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar. A coward. Put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines with a handful of tablets.
It's a pity that doctors still practice such barbaric methods. It's a dishonor to our profession.
Now only the pills stop me thinking about this shit. To not hear the explosions. I'm even scared of the dark these days.
A gun out. Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
Good evening.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me eventually for my remedy.
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
Goodbye, Miss Swanborough. Perhaps we'll talk again.
Okay.
The Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your problems. As long as you have the money.
I can't remember where he came from.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
Good evening, sir.
You're here.
I'm not...
Doctor?
Do you require assistance?
Not me, but your skills could help a lot of people.
Oh. I thought I talked to this guy before.
Since I took an oath to help people, can I be of assistance?
Well, seen better days, that's for sure. But it was bound to happen with all these refugees about.
Infecting you is probably the last thing on these people's minds. Take this, in any case.
What? You give me this for free? Don't have a clue about this place, do you?
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane. She's a nurse. What can you tell me about her?
Dorothy Crane, bless her soul. I really should thank her someday.
Has she treated you?
No. When I need a checkup, I'd go to a bloody doctor, not some back alley clinic full of sick foreigners.
You seem to have recovered well since your attack. Do you ever think about what happened to you?
Not much. It was a fucking nightmare. Savages, absolute bloody savages. Their appearance. Jesus. Made me want to puke.
You'd better not come back here. I won't be around next time to save you. I want to know everything about the recent violence, Cadogan. And I want the truth.
Well, rent may be a bit high, and yeah, I've had to evict a few people. But that's business, isn't it?
I don't believe even you deserve such a cruel fate, though you have tested my patience beyond its limit.
Glad to hear. Nice to know there's another civilized individual in these parts. Not like those bloody savages.
I don't...
Glad to hear.
What help could I...
That's simple. I already get good money from all those...
Mr. Bates, do not make me regret saving your life in this quarantine zone.
I understand, Dr. Reed, you're from a good family. Don't want to get your hands dirty. That's fine. I'll be happy to act as your middleman.
I'm no saint. But to take advantage as you do, you are a despicable man who could only prosper in these dark times.
So it's a no, then. That's too bad. The Reed tonic could have really helped people, you know, save lives. Isn't that what you do? I mean, people buy that Swambrer's shit.
Tell me, what's your honest opinion of the increasing violence in London?
People are just beginning to discover what we've always known. This city's rotten to the core. They just took their bloody time to wake up and notice it.
What do you mean?
People are acting like the violence is news. But it's always been savage down here. It just bubbles to the surface every now and again.
It's unusual to see someone so happy around here, especially considering the current situation.
Why should I be sad now? There've always been wars, disease, tragedy. There always will be.
That's an unusual way of seeing things in these trying times.
I don't see why I should shed a tear for another man's woes. I'm healthy, and I intend to stay so.
What is your business, exactly?
I offer fair lodgings for a modest price to the poor and weary of Whitechapel.
I see. And what about those who cannot pay?
Well, deals can be done, if you know what I mean. Money's not the only currency. After all, I'm not immune to a pretty face.
In other words, you take advantage of these poor lost souls.
Begging your pardon, I thought you was a man who could appreciate the complexity of the modern world. Things ain't just black and white, you know.
I'm
Dorothy Crane.
Tell me truthfully, why are you so thankful?
By keeping my tenants alive, she's making me a rich man. Every month they live, it's more coin in my pocket.
Okay.
Goodbye, Mr. Bates. I cannot enter. How are you?
I'm not your boy.
Do you know?
Never heard of her.
Goodbye, young.
Bloody heart, boy.
Good evening.
I'm afraid.
A gun, alcohol. It's locked.
What I'll do is I'll search this area. Then once I'm done searching inside here to come back out, I'll save. Well, actually, I'll stop. Just want to do some other stuff. A lot of people here have cigarette cases and ring. Blood is an addiction. Vampires drink blood. This may be their specific trait, the sinister peculiar God, English is hard. Peculiarity of their condition, if I may say so, but for me, this is not the most important characteristics of their diet. What has always fascinated me since I started to study them is the impressive need for blood they seem to endure. They want more than anything, or they want it more than anything, and this desire can drive them to expose themselves. And when they drink it, they seem to feel some sort of short trance, an ecstatic epiphany. Said to me once by a Volkoid I interviewed in Moscow, I'm convinced that this is an essential element to understand the nature and condition of the vampires. They don't drink blood because it sustains them, but that it offers them ecstasy. Vampires are addicted to blood, all of them. It is part of their nature, and those among the mortals refuse to submit to their appetite by the strength of their will only are never freed from this addiction. From Unveiling the Night by Usher Taltree, primate of St. Paul. That I gotta heal. Fatigue and migraine. Fatigue, migraine, headache.
Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so piss off!
I'm not a journalist, I'm a doctor.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am. Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson to some, but Colossus Joe to most. And I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine, and is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
According to you, physicians are scarce in this part of town. Why is that?
Not familiar with this neighborhood, are you? I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being stabbed in the back.
This part of town does have quite a reputation. Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
Have you heard of a nurse?
Dorothy,
could you please...
She's a nice...
Goodbye.
You again?
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Let your guard down. Welcome, sir. Please, take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
Right then. Show me what you have. You never... Have you heard of a nurse called Dorothy Crane?
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really is a nurse, then? Always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
Yes, she's a nurse, and quite a good one. What did she do to gain such notoriety?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Craniu. Something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
How is business around here?
Business? I have no business. Between this racket, theft, and customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
Well, you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever. Madness, something like that.
Where did this happen? Why did you go there?
In the closed workshops nearby. I worked there as an apprentice in better days. Now I only go to find trinkets or tools. Too bad I was mugged, though. There was good money in that little box of loot I lost.
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you.
Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
Goodbye for now.
Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling. But I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed.
All right then, but be quick. Though I usually get paid when I open my mouth.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Anything you can tell me about her would be helpful.
I don't know her, but I know her name is Dorothy Crane. She came from Romania like me and many others.
You seem to respect her.
Dorothea helps the sick people of Whitechapel. Everyone should respect that.
Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading fast in London, and you could be exposed, or expose others.
I don't like doctors or hospitals, but I don't like you asking questions.
You can put your own life in danger, that's your decision. But what about your clients? If you're contaminated, you will put them in danger too.
And you think that would worry me? If you knew the men I deal with, their health would not be what you'd worry about.
Considering your line of work, I assure you it is only a matter of time before you have health issues.
If it is going to happen, it will happen. Right now, I need money. That's what's important.
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me? People don't usually come to see me for conversation.
I have no interest in your work. I am, however, curious as to what led you into this career.
Short story. The war, exile, and England. This country is not especially welcoming. I've been refused many jobs because of where I am from. I had few options left.
I always thought I was the master of my own fate. But now I know we don't always have control over our lives. I don't judge you.
You know, this money is not only for me. I have good reasons to need this money quickly. But it is not your concern, Doctor.
Goodbye, miss.
Goodbye, Streetwalker.
Where's my money? You again?
How did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of, Joe?
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards. But this is the only job I've found. And it pays well, too.
A job? So you're racketeering for someone else?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their dirty work.
Most people don't become thugs when unemployed. This is a choice you made.
I don't care what you think, sir. I do what I have to do for my own reasons, and that's that.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Fancy
You never... Joe Peterson. He's the villain here, isn't he? But you seem to know each other.
I've known Joe for years. I saw him box once or twice. He was a friend then. But these days, he's just another thug.
What can you tell me about Mr. Peterson? Besides his behavior toward you, obviously.
Colossus Joe was a decent boxer, good one even. But after his wife passed away, he found every excuse to stop training. Just wanted to pick fights with everyone.
Without making excuses for him, it's safe to say that despair can poison even the sanest mind.
We've all had some rough times, ain't we? But most of us don't use our fists to see us through.
And no one has ever stood up to this thug.
Nobody would be fool enough to stand against a wet boot boy.
Goodbye for now.
That was interesting.
Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son. Father Tobias Whitaker is always happy to teach mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist? You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that Nurse Crane you mentioned.
Why do you hate Nurse Crane more than other nurses?
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in her country. That's what happens when you let a woman get involved in politics.
So, you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients. It's obvious only they have the necessary moral fiber.
Have you any friends? Any family left in these terrible times?
No. But I have a disciple I see as my son. He is so devoted. I sent him to preach the good word in the heart of this corrupted city.
Where did you send him?
I sent Samuel to the Stonebridge Cemetery, where the pestilence and evil grows night after night.
You sent him on some preaching crusade during the epidemic.
As a true believer, Samuel will fear no evil while he walks through the valley of the shadow of death.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
I am. But the answers I seek are based on facts, not superstition. What do you mean?
All's
quite a...
you...
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
Really? And what would be your answer to this biblical threat?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumbers us. But not with scalpels and microscopes. No.
What is left then?
Cleansing fire.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Purification by fire has proved useful, but where do you stop? Burn the clothes? The buildings? The corpses? Worse?
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
You're mad and dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher. A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
What do you mean?
All
quite a...
you...
Well, what do you...
The beast...
Really? What...
What the beast...
I have heard enough. Goodbye.
One of those. I'm just glad we don't have any, well, I don't know. I know there's, like, priests that say stuff like that and whatever, but, like, I don't know, the end times and stuff like that and whatever, but, I don't know. I think we need more priests to not talk about the end times and just talk about more hopeful things, etc., 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 etc. I'm gonna go to that woman. I'm gonna talk to her.
You look so pale, my lord. Would you like me to revive you?
Yes.
Good evening, Christian.
Change your mind.
Do you need any assistance, Miss Popper?
It depends on the price of your medicine.
I am shocked that you would think I am that sort of man.
Forgive my suspicion. I'm so used to liars with good manners. Thank you, sir.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now, goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to.
This district seems to get ugly.
makes sense. I know I said I was going to end the stream a little bit ago, but very curious how things come about.
I cannot enter.
You for real right now? Need to figure out.
There's no one in. It's locked.
Someday you'll understand. Stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lovey.
Good evening, Benjamin.
I'm afraid...
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir. It's like I'm never right.
I can try to help your body heal, sir. But you must stop destroying it.
The war destroyed me, Doctor.
A gun out...
I'll not die in some piss-stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lovey.
It's locked, all right.
Sort of bloody joke to you, innit? Stealing drugs from the sick and suffering. Someday you'll understand. You've wasted your life away.
The Swan Recorder can be the answer to all your problems.
There's nobody here. It's locked.
Official 4th morning curfew will be sounded by 9 p.m. by the church bells. All citizens must keep off the streets until 5 a.m. Okay.
Better go home, sir. Put an end to you! Yes!
Go on! Off you... It's a leech! Kill it!
Over there!
I cannot enter.
I'm at a loss, kinda. They want me to investigate them, but I'm not sure how to go about it. Something would be down there, but nope.
It's locked, all right.
Okay. I know where Dorothy Crane is, but don't know how to get to her.
Distribute flowers at this hour.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
Trust you was sick and suffering.
I looked around. Damn it.
This is despicable.
Yep. I officially have no clue. 2 ways to go in, locked.
It's locked.
Working nearby. We could talk about this Colossus. Perhaps I should look into it.
I will return later.
Oh, there we go. That was weird.
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be for Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nithercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
Joe, please, I don't have your money. Come on, Darius, you paid for peace of mind. Coffee doesn't look the other way this week, Joe. Not my fault, Baron. You paid one way or another. Please, Joe.
Hello, young man. I'm Dr. Reed, and I would like to ask you a few questions. May I enter, please?
Sorry, no, sir. My father does not like people entering our house, you see.
Your father is worried about you, boy. He asked me to look for you.
So my father actually worries about me then? Okay. Come on in. I'm a Harry, by the way. Even my
Hello, Harry, by the way.
Soaked with glue.
Lol. Dude, huh?
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
I just wanna, you know. Professional vampire hunters. If you ever suspect someone to be a vampire, don't try to kill it yourself. You have no chance. Instead, contact me or try to inform a professional vampire killer. These men and women are rare, but they know what to do against these evil creatures. It even seems that some of them are working together under the name of the Guard of Prewin, a paramilitary organization dedicated to the eradication of the vampires in London. They are your friends. You are not alone. Solutions exist. Be smart. Spread the word. Excuse me. Clarence Crossley. For more information, please contact me directly. Job refusal letter. Dear Mr. Peterson, it is my duty to inform you that of our refusal to accept your application for a job at the dockyard. I must thank you for your time spent at our office explaining the difficulty of your situation with the old boy and the loss of your beloved wife, but it is also my duty to point out the policy of our company, which expressly reproves the employment of former criminals or convicts. Your unfortunate connections with the ill-famed Wet Boot Boys have been duly noted. These are hard times, sir, and Finch and Harper intend to reward first the candidates who pass the small inquiry we like to conduct about our future employees. You have my deepest sympathy, and may God be with you and your family. Sincerely, R.D. Harper.
Is there only...
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
Yes, I know her. She came here to examine me when I was very sick. She said I should go out more.
How do you feel?
I'm fine. I mean, it's not easy every day, but I'm fine. I'm just tired of being sick all the time. If only I could be tough, like... Well, you know.
Speaking of which, what can you tell me about your father?
My father is an idiot who makes idiot things. That's all I have to say.
Forgive my bluntness, young man, but you don't seem happy living in Whitechapel.
Why should I? I never wanted to come here in the first place. It was my father's decision. And look around you. Does this look like a nice place to live?
You have a roof over your head, a place to call home. Many people here are not as lucky, you know.
That's exactly what my father says. Harry, you should be grateful for what you've got. I wasn't even consulted when we moved here.
If life here is so terrible for you, why don't you just leave this place? Have you ever spoken to your father about it?
I don't go outside. It terrifies me so. I went outside once without my father noticing and I saw terrible things. Bloody and frightening things.
So that's why you stay at home all day? For fear of the epidemic?
I'm not afraid of disease or death, Dr. Reed. It's the living I'm afraid of.
Would it ease tensions with your father if he got an honest job? Because he tried, you know.
I can't say. I'd be glad if he dropped his thuggish activities, but I'm not sure it would be enough.
Why is that?
Sometimes I suspect it's me, Dr. Reed. Or it's this life. It's like I can't find my place.
Your father and Mr. Lewis used to be good friends. What happened, Harry?
I was young then. I don't remember Mr. Lewis ever coming back again after my mother died. Or was it after my father started bullying him? I don't know.
But you are not responsible for your father's actions.
Am I not? Dad always says that he joined that gang for my safety. So if I wasn't born, people wouldn't be worrying about Colossus Joe.
Have you tried speaking to Mr. Lewis about it?
I don't go out often, but yes. And he scolded me and told me to leave him alone. I guess my father frightens him too much.
Goodbye, young man.
Is there only pain and suffering?
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you a few questions. I know what you're thinking. A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. It reeks of the penny dreadfuls. But I mean you no harm, truly. I know you understand what I'm saying. Your silence has nothing to do with you being mute, does it? Very well. Goodbye then.
Flower bouquet. Small flower bouquet with a voucher for a free medical checkup hidden between the flowers. If you are sick, if you have no more money, wherever you are, wherever you're from, come see Dorothy to get help. No tricks, no charges, no questions asked. Find Darius,
I cannot enter. It's locked, all right.
By your daily routine, unable to see the true horror around.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm able, sir.
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
I served in France. Our top priority must be to put an end to this butchery. This war must stop now.
Sir, streets are a battlefield too. An invisible and untold war is going on, and it must be stopped.
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth. I saw many reporters do the same during the war.
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people to know them.
That's quite honorable.
But is the public interested?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
I'm convinced there is more at work here than a simple epidemic.
Really? To be honest, I could say the same. Some of the sick I saw or heard of. My God, what happened to them?
Christina Popper claims she sells her body because she can't find any other work. Do you believe her?
Of course I do. Her story is exactly what I want my readers to understand. We live in an intolerant and divided nation.
Do you think things will ever change, Mr. Darby?
I believe the situation can only improve. And now that women can vote, I'm convinced things will change.
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm a doctor, Mr. Darby. I care about everything involving public health and this epidemic.
Are you sure you're not just concerned about the repercussions that a scandal involving a certain Nurse Crane from the Pembroke Hospital would bring?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice, a man named Darius?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious. Never goes out. Doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He has no relatives at all?
No. Except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nethercott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nethercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel, talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can usually find him behind the church.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Now I gotta find this Richard fellow. I have to find Dick. Dick Nethercroft, or whatever his name is. Nethercroft, maybe? I don't know. Anyway.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions.
Please be my guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding this part of town, my words speak about that which the eyes cannot see.
Really? Are you an artist of some kind?
I'm a poet, sir. Richard Nethercott, at your service.
Dick Nethercott.
Did you know the Mute Florist is a member of a secret society?
No, I didn't. But I thank you for this information, sir. For it only enriches the mystery surrounding the precious camellia.
I fear you are a hopeless romantic, Mr. Nethercott.
Guilty as charged, Dr. Reed.
Are you not curious? Is there not more you wish to know?
That girl has not an ounce of malice in her. Whatever she may be hiding, it's certain to be for the benefit of most, if not all.
Tell me, Mr. Nethercott, why seek inspiration in Whitechapel?
The place is not beautiful per se, but how to explain it? Stirring and challenging.
Do you not think it a little morbid?
On the contrary, sir. Whitechapel is full of life, full of beauty. Just like my dear muse, the wonderful Camellia.
What can you tell me about Camellia?
Not much. And that's the beauty of it. She can't speak, you know. She's a locked mystery who exhales kindness and sweetness.
Perhaps you're just afraid to find out the truth about your muse.
One day, perhaps, I'll ask her to come with me. But will she still be my wild flower of Whitechapel if she moves uptown?
And have you ever tried to learn more about her? Where she lives? How she survives? Whom she may know?
Maybe I prefer she remains an enigma. Reality can be so dull, don't you think?
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by gaslight, the barren smiles and the added hunger under the rain.
If you say so.
Such vibrant antagonism and vivid paradox. The stripped humanity raged across each street.
Vivid, of course, yes. And what about the poignant distress?
Oh yes, the poignant distress. You see what I mean, don't you? That's what I want to write about. And that's what Whitechapel is made of.
Bales, look, it's your favorite game. Don't you miss this wonderful game?
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town, is it not? I'll be glad to help you, if I can.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane, a nurse who lives in this vicinity.
Dorothy Crane. Oh, I love the name. The Crane of Whitechapel. Sounds very mysterious. But, sorry, no, never heard of her.
What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu? Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was pretty clear.
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and lampoons. Those communist activities only require mediocre writing skills.
It's got a cold. Oh, I can't cure that. Okay.
May I ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir? Do you live here?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk. Though night talks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
You haven't played this game in years? Yeah, I can believe that.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are equal in the eyes of the flu.
If you say so.
But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I must caution you to avoid unnecessary exposure, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where the weak dare not.
Are you aware that your life could be in danger in this part of town?
But this is where I must be to feel the real beat of the city. I had to come, see it for myself, alone.
If some misfortune came upon you, who would be here to help you?
Well, you for a start, my dear Doctor.
I understand your need for solitude, but it's not safe around here.
I don't care. I don't have many friends, Doctor, and my family despises me.
I can see why. Okay.
May I What not in
Darius?
What not in Darius? I'll leave you alone.
Alright. Pretty much stressed everything I could in that conversation. Anyway, how are you there, Irish Cream? For those who were wondering why I'm calling her Irish Cream, it's a nickname I gave her. Yes, we'll just put it at that. There we go. Find the inhabitants in Whitechapel. Find the mailbox and the letter. Oh, here we go. Right here. My dearest, most beloved children. Darius Petrescu's letter. Okay. I am so sorry you have not heard from me for a few months. The situation in London has been difficult. I know it may sound selfish and silly when you, my children, are still living in a country consumed by war, but there is also a war going on here in England, a war against poverty and against injustice. This is a war I intend to fight. Despite my advanced years, this is why I'm writing to you today. I won't be coming back to Romania. That probably means I won't see you again before I die. Don't be sad, my darlings. You are grown up now, and you have children of your own. You know the sacrifice we sometimes must accept to make the world a better place. This is one I must make now. To feel useful one more time. I wish you a long and happy life. Kiss my grandchildren for me, and remember that your father loves you all the way from this cold, damn country. I am, as ever, your loving father, Darius Petrescu.
The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter.
Dang it, didn't press R2, or the touchpad quick enough. So I just played my first match against Nemesis. Yeah, I played against him earlier. Not a fan. Not a fan. I don't like the chapter. The new map is broken. I played against Nemesis and I actually won. The game was lagging off and on. My first match I went into was against the Huntress and I heard her. And I seen her come around the corner and the screen paused still for like 3 whole seconds. Nothing was moving. And then all of a sudden, like, I was able to move again and then I was like hit. And I'm like, whoa, major leg switching or what? But, and then it never really dawned on me, maybe it's not leg switching. Maybe their servers are, their servers are shit, honestly. I mean, nobody's gonna deny that. That their servers are so shitty that it comes to, like, so much lag. And so I was like after I got hit, I ran a little, like just a tiny bit more in this, like I did one whole circle. Then she ended up catching up to me, obviously. Well, I hopped through the window and she hit me. Then I just DC'd because I thought it was leg switching at first, but it never occurred to me, you know, oh yeah, I forgot, these servers are shitty. So, needless to say, I went and I talked to... No, I waited for the 5 minutes, or technically 4 minutes, and got into a game, then it was up against Nemesis. Exact same thing happened, and I'm like, my god, what is with this? And I ended up surviving against Nemesis. And I ran against that leg off and on again, and I was just like, oh my god, this is so annoying. I myself getting your cheeks clapped. Just kidding. Yeah. Now Bailey's getting that image in her head. My cheeks getting clapped. Yeah, I heard there's bugs with the new map. Yeah. Like, how can you seriously release this chapter with that many issues? Like, you had one job to, like, represent, like, Capcom. I hope Capcom looks at this and then they're like, wow. But they don't care. They got their money. It's not their game, but in my opinion, it makes Capcom look bad. It just makes them look like sellouts, honestly. Of all games to include your characters into other games, you had to choose Dead by Daylight. Of all games, I kind of lost. I honestly, this, you know, this Bond, or not Bond, but this, like, well, not crossplay, but this, I can't even really call it a, oh, what do you call it? I can't even really call it a, what do you call it there? I'm trying to think of the word there. I had it into my tongue there. Like, when a game has, like, a thing for a limited time to, like, promote something. But for the like of me, I was thinking of the word that started with C. But anyway, regardless, it was pretty bad. And I'm just like, that's oh my god, I'm trying not to hiccup again. Yeah, it's despicable. They could have done a better job with that release, and they didn't. They botched it. But then again, look who it is that I'm talking to. Well, because, you know, that game is, it's a shit show. But yeah, it's pretty bad.
Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in.
Money. Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind. God, that's going to be the other way this week, Joe. You can sort it out, right? It's not my call, Barrett.
Oh, wait.
One way or another.
Yeah, this is the way. Right, okay. For a moment there, I was thinking I had to turn left. Yep, it's right here. Okay. Yeah, it's gross. I lost respect for Capcom.
Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again. Go away.
Let's see. Let's have a man-to-man talk.
Sir, wait. Stop this nonsense. I know Nurse Crane is here. Shall we speak man-to-man, you and I?
All right. Speak up.
Don't you see we're on the same side? We fight to help the poor, sick, and abandoned.
I'm nothing like you, Mr. Doctor.
Yes, you are. You too believe in providing medical care without charge.
You know what we have to sacrifice to make the world a better place.
I have to admit your words have conviction. All right, I'll let you see Dorothea. Don't make me regret this, though.
Let's see. Like robbing him. Robbing you blind. The antique figure of the Vrykolakas? Okay. Of my many journeys, I believe I was the most amazed by my exploration of the Mediterranean Isles, and particularly the south of Santorini. Sounds like a kind of pasta. Anyway, searching for traces of vampire presence in these sunburnt lands, Herodotus himself refers to the island in his fourth book, and I'm personally convinced that there are many mysteries to be unveiled in this part of the world. Who knows that, even today, the island of Santorini is still considered by some of as the most vampire-infested place in the world. Way more than the Carpathians, and that its inhabitants are considered as specialists of the vampire hunt, or the hunt of Vrykolakas, as they call this creature. According to the local myths, the Vrykolakas is a dead person who does not decay, and who can show a vermilion complexion as long as he is gorged with flesh blood. He cannot enter a house without knocking and getting a response. Garlic makes him flee. He does not consume under the sun, but his skin blackens. He can change into wolf and other animals. What struck me the most is that the same name exists, with small variations, from Mediterranean Sea to the Balkans. The Greeks call him Vrykolakas. The Bulgarians and the Macedonians name him Varkolak or Varkolak. The Serbians call him Voklodak or Vukolak or Vokodak. Okay. A name so similar to the Volkald we already know. My dear brothers, just to write the few words now gives me the shivers. I'm personally convinced that we are here confronted to some proto-vampire. Maybe they're missing link between the modern vampires and the creatures that came before him, or them. If God allows me enough time, I wish one day to go back to Santorini Island and find the trail of this antique and forgotten figure. From drinking the fountain of knowledge by Usher Talltree, primate of St. Paul. Okay.
It's locked.
Locked. Says, oh, never mind. Really? Oh, that's where I came in. Hey, Siren. Long time no speak. How goes it? How's the family?
If you want to talk to Dorothy...
We've not been formally introduced. May I ask your name and occupation, sir?
I am Darius Petrescu. I'm here to keep snitches and spies away from Dorothea. And I also run this little print shop.
You live in London.
So Dorothy's real name is not Crane.
Like myself and many people in this area, Dorothea is from occupied Romania. That's all you need to know.
She seems important to the community.
More than you can imagine. The West End does not want to hear of Whitechapel's misery. Dorothea is one of the few doing something about it.
Oh man, so much lately. Well, hopefully not all bad. Birthdays of my son got diagnosed ADHD this past school year. Right. This past week, he's had a Bell's palsy, but is getting better. Oh, he's doing school. Right. Bell's palsy. I've never heard of that, honestly. Is that something that's, like, curable? I'm okay. I try to, you know, I'm helping looking after my old man, actually. He's hanging in there. It's just he has a hard time getting around, so I help him out. But other than that, I'm alright. Yeah, it's mild paralysis. Damn. Is that something that one can overcome? Or is he gonna be with that for life? Or it usually gets better? Okay, well, you know, sometimes it can take a while. Right. Yeah. He seems to be getting better already. Well, that's good. Keeping positive thoughts for your son over this way. They say 2 weeks to 6 months typically? Okay. If he seems to be getting better already, then it's good for, you know, getting, you know, better sooner than, you know, later, you know, 6 months. Kind of start laying low on Twitch. Have been lurking here and there, though. Oh, any specific reasons why?
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
Are you not worried for her safety?
She is as brave as she is tough, and clever, too. If only I had met her when I was younger.
Are you in love with Camellia, Mr. Petrescu?
Don't be stupid. If I had met her when I was younger, we could have won our revolution.
Who is she, really? Do you know where she's from?
She's not from around here, that's all we know. Camellia is not even her name. It's her favorite flower.
You say she has no close family?
Well, there's that awful poet who constantly follows her around like a lost puppy. A good man for sure, but a very poor writer.
Really? Siren, I'm really shocked that you, I'm actually kind of surprised you went that way, honestly. Oh, he lost his job. Did he lose it because of the pandemic? Or did he lose it for other reasons? Yeah, Siren, I didn't take you as that type of woman who would start an OnlyFans. No, for other reasons? Okay. Well, whether somebody lost their job because of the pandemic or for other reasons, it's never good. But, you know, happy to hear that he finished a course for selling health insurance. Right. Yeah, if I remember, oh my god, it's been so long since I've been actively been in your streams and such. I thought you were always against the boob streamers. You know what I mean? Like, you weren't one of those types. If I remember, my memory shit, honestly. So, and by the way, feel free to swear in here. I honestly don't mind. No, you don't need asterisks over the U for certain the word that you used earlier. Just, you know, just to give you a heads up. But, yeah, no, I'm just really shocked. Is your, OnlyFans working out well? Is it doing good? Right.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical...
Oh, yeah, right.
Tell me...
I do not...
Are you...
Don't be...
Who it you say...
Well...
I wonder why it still gives me that. It's kind of weird. Let's see. Oh. I mean, yeah, it's not terrible. I'm still going to school. I read that as using girlfriend, and I'm like, you have a girlfriend? But then I just realized the F was part, you know, mistakenly part of word using. So, my bad. My GI Bill? I take it that's what you got for school? Not really sure what GI Bill is. So I get a house and allowance, we build in some disability from the military. Oh, okay. You're struggling a bit, but managing to stay afloat. Right. Yeah. That's unfortunate. I actually follow another streamer. He's a oh my god. I feel like an idiot for saying this, but I think, could be wrong, I want to say I think he was a he came out of the army about 10 years ago, and he's down the States. But he, so I want to say I think the term for him is a disabled veteran. Or not disabled and like, I don't know if he's, like, I don't think he's disabled, but like, I think he's like, you know, I think the word's disabled veteran, like when you're off the roster, like when you're not serving anymore. Or something like that. Or maybe he is a disabled veteran, I don't know. I think that's like, I don't know. Anyway. You're considered disabled veteran? Okay. Well, that's good. It's good that that's taking care of you.
Do you have any family left, Mr. Petrescu? Children or grandchildren?
Who knows? I have abandoned my people for so long, they might as well be dead. As dead as I am for them, I suppose.
Don't be embarrassed, sir. If you must know, my own father disappeared many years ago, and I forgave him.
It's quite awkward to talk about our families like this, but thank you, Dr. Reed. appreciate your trust.
Let's see.
This war won't last forever. Did you ever think of returning to your country now it's free?
No. I have taught strength and determination to my sons and daughters. I'm an old, dying man who only has memories of better times to cherish.
Interesting. Okay. Then yeah, he's a disabled veteran. But yeah, he streams on Twitch there quite a bit actually. He streams on, well, he has PlayStation 4, Xbox, and PC, and he does some PC as well, but he's mostly PS4, but he also streams PC. He's a good guy. But yeah, he stopped serving about 10 years ago, give or take.
I know you fought for your country when it was occupied, Darius. Tell me more about it.
I know my days are numbered, and I know I won't see my homeland again. But I fought for Romania all my life, and I will until my last breath.
But Romania escaped the grasp of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It's a free country again.
It is not the country I fought for. My homeland is not appeased, Doctor. But I still see a dark future ahead for my people.
Hey, how's it going? Still going, Gunner. I'm actually, just want to advance a little bit further, and I was going to call it, actually. Very cool, I understand. Yeah, I got it in 2013. Right on. What have you been doing lately for, gaming? If you are doing any gaming, you know, away from the streaming aspect of things. How did you meet Nurse Crane?
How did you meet Nurse Crane, Darius? Why does she trust you?
I'm her oldest friend in England. Dorothea and I share many ideas about this country and about the country we left.
You mean occupied Romania, don't you? Even if not directly, I fought against your enemies.
Really? Then perhaps you have more in common with Dorothea than meets the eye, Dr. Reed.
Tell me, who are you?
Well,
are you not?
Don't be.
I wonder why this is still lit up quite blue.
Goodbye, Mr.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I think Resident Evil's a pretty bad. Well, not pretty bad, but I just think it's not a fit for DVD personally. But that's just me. I think they should have like chose like other characters from other games or something, or from another game. But that's just me. I know I'm probably in the minority here because a lot of people are like, oh, but it's a good horror survival game, and that's what DVD is. And I'm just like, whatever. But yeah, I tried getting into, like, I tried the update today, and it was like laggy, and it was like absolutely terrible. And then to have like the new map just break down on people and makes people like games crash and stuff like that. Absolutely no confidence in that developer. The only reason why I play it now is to find actually people to play with. Because many of the games that I play, not a lot of people have interest in playing them. Okay, that's unlocked. Are you liking this game now? I mean, it's too soon to say there. Honestly, they're Gunner. But I will say this, though. least it's more not as boring and slow. Like things are happening, but let's see. Yeah, they tried to make it relevant to the hype around RV. The twins are terrifying. Twins are weird. That's pretty much all I can really say about that, honestly. Just take a quick look around here.
Can you hear my voice?
I played Phasmophobia a few times and that was pretty fun. I watched somebody play that for like 10 minutes and they were just sitting there in the van and they were like talking to viewers, and then the next time I seen them play, like a little bit later, they were in like a kitchen or something, I think, and there was like a dead body on the floor, and they're like, oh, we're hunting for something, and I was just like, yeah, this seems boring, and I just stopped watching. But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it though. I heard a few people say that it's kind of boring to watch, actually. I heard that it was boring to watch, more so, but I don't know. London, 31st of October, letter to Nurse Crane. My dear Dorothea, when you read this letter, I will be on the boat that will take Anton and me back to Brazolf. England was not for us, and I confess I cannot wait to see again the proud hills of Transylvania. As soon as we are there, I promise I'll light a candle in the Black Church and pray for you to survive this terrible epidemic. I know that you do not agree with this decision and that you are determined to be more useful by helping our comrades exiled in the East End. But Anton cannot wait to return to our beloved country and see our long-awaited revolution bloom. He is my husband. I will stay by his side. I know we had our arguments and our fights. I know you would have wanted me to stay by your side and help you manage this clinic of yours. But now that I'm leaving England, be assured that if anything would happen to you, if you ever were in great trouble or danger, I would come back immediately to London, with or without Anton. Please think of me as much as I think of you. I am your affectionate sister, Theodora. Interesting. See if there's anything else. Kind of want to go up the stairs here and see if anything's up here, but going back to the comments. Yeah, I can definitely see it being boring to watch. I like how they brought back Jill for Dead by Daylight. Yeah. No comment. Oh, you're down here. You're up there. No, don't want.
He's going into convulsion.
Sorry, I'm off the clock. I'm stealing from you. Alright. Okay. Coming up, dear. They're like, what the... Yes, I'm coming. Oh wait, I already opened that.
He's going into convulsions, Doctor.
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Raz Van Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
What can I do, Doctor?
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy. Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, Doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor.
Cardiac massage, now.
Cardiac... What? Are you making this up as you go along?
I'm not a doctor. He's dead. Damn. I probably could have saved him. Feels bad, man.
We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could. Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
Well, pacifist run? Yeah, pretty
I doubt
much.
you're here to test my bedside manners. To what do I owe this courtesy? I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
Let's see, this guy is supposed to die. Oh. He is supposed to die, you can't save him? Okay. Come to stop the blackmail.
I've come to put an end to this insufferable blackmailing, Dorothy.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her, of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your defense?
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another fine-heeled, silver-spooned gentleman who was given the world on a platter. You know nothing of poverty. Nothing of the shame, the hunger, the loneliness.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man. He wouldn't have refused your friend's care at Pembroke.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
Rest in peace to him. Yeah. Spare, I look away, but you resign. Charm, you will forget all about this. And embrace, I'm ending this right now. Embrace? I was gonna charm. So you think I should embrace, huh? Alright. I'll embrace. Wait. You're not trying to trick me or anything, are you there, Gunner? By my hand or somebody else's hand, Gunner? Alright. No, I want to play pacifist. I don't know, I kind of want to help. I mean, what she's doing is illegal. But she's trying to help the poor with the best that she can. Like, on one hand, like, I don't condone what she's doing, but on the other hand, it's kind of like, man. Because the way I look at it is that, like, during these hard times, during their epidemic and all this stuff that's going on, and people who can't speak English go to her for help because they can't be found and they wanted to stay hidden, whatever, and she's helping them the best they can. Like, I feel... Oh, she goes insane if I charm her? So I don't level up if I spare? Oh, yeah, that's right. No experience for saving people. Spare.
No. Your place is here. Jailing you would be an even greater crime. So, here is my proposition. I'll look the other way on your little enterprise. In exchange, you will resign from the Pembroke Hospital and provide me with medical supplies when the need arises.
Dr. Reed! That sounds like a business proposition. My accomplice, then?
No, just a privileged client. My research may require the occasional rare piece of equipment or ingredient. I'll pay good coin in exchange, fair and honest, to help finance your noble endeavors.
We have ourselves a deal, Doctor. Good customers are always welcome.
Yes, Nurse Crane. We have a deal.
Interview with the Vampyr. Silver trophy achieved. Mesmerized level. This district will soon suffer the consequences. Something. Couldn't read all that in time. What did that say? Either way, not good.
I cannot enter.
It's all good. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, this one stinks already. Elite! Elite! Watch it! It's a killer! Take a breath! Elite! Look at it! Fish is bugging!
That's pretty much all I can say here.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
Sick and suffering.
Wait, how do I get out of here? There's the hospital. Let's see. Here's the hospital. So I could go north to northeast. Okay. This is how I run down my street every day. Pretty dead on accurate right there. This is right. Yes.
human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Kill it, boy! Burn it, boys! Die, vermin!
These guys are easy, real easy uneasy. Yeah. Wait, what? On normal, they put up a good fight. She's outside. Go around this way. Wow.
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
You killed him. He trusted you. And you killed him.
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
No need to apologize, my lady. I know exactly what you endure.
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
I must confess I have not put an end to the blackmail, my lady. Unfortunately, I could not bring myself to do it.
I'm so disappointed in you, Jonathan. I didn't expect this from you.
Lady Ashbury, you yourself admitted how ridiculous the sum of money was. I can assure you it was all used for charitable ends.
Well, you are full of surprises, aren't you, Jonathan? All right, say I trust you, but you will still pay the ransom. That is only fair. After all, it was you who failed to bring this problem to a satisfactory conclusion.
I believe I could agree to that.
And since a lady always keeps her promises, I will now answer any questions you may have.
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now, and 27 I shall remain.
And who bestowed upon you this eternal youth?
My maker. He left this isle a long time ago.
Very well. But I believe there is more to this than you are saying.
A lady has to have some secrets.
Why did you save me in the canning factory?
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter scowl.
William Bishop wasn't the vampire that created me then?
No, Jonathan. Whatever their strength and demeanor, Scowls are the progeny of careless vampires. It cannot be the other way round.
What type of vampire is a Skull?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to their baser instincts.
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed on the patients of the hospital?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Store?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London Vampire Society. As long as our kind is discreet, and as long as they do not interfere, we have come to a mutual understanding.
And no one suspected you of the murders?
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
When I awoke, changed, I was chased and attacked by vampire hunters. Prepared and well-trained.
Though I can't be certain, more than likely it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
You make them sound like some sort of cult.
More a society, and like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone, but it seemed they have been recruiting.
Once glorious, but still dangerous.
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They are sworn to destroy our kind.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years. This isn't the city I remember.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since flown this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
The Spanish flu has hit London that bad.
Yes, but it's not just that. I've heard things. Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here in the city.
Are there many vampires here in London?
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Will they all be as affable as you, my lady?
I do not see why not. But remember, even the shark smiles before he bites.
That sounds like a lesson from experience.
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from experience it is best to decline to play.
Do you know any of them? Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
I don't understand. Why was I created and then left for dead?
That is a question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find him, he will answer you, considering how cruelly he treated you.
Oh, you're saying he?
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential progeny. If you did decide to sire an offspring, they must drink of your blood, Jonathan.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake.
I very much doubt it, Jonathan. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire by just biting someone.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head. Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Hush. Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals. Speak no more of your maker.
Excuse my forwardness, but... are you my maker?
Me? Goodness, no. Only a foolish immortal would create a progeny without taking precaution, and I'm no fool.
How could this cause offense?
Only the powerful immortals can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
A vampire? Is that what I am? What we are?
Such a crude word, defined by penny dreadfuls and drunken hacks. No. You are now an Ekon, and that you shall remain.
Are you an Ekon too?
Yes, I am. We are the closest thing to what man refers to as vampires. Forget what you think you know about us.
So we are Ekons. How can I identify us amongst other vampires?
How to put it? All Ekon are vampires. But all vampires are not Ekon. We are but a branch of the immortal tree.
I bid you farewell. For now, my lady. I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
Okay, have I played Vampire the Masquerade? I have, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines on the PC. I have it on disc. But, I had issues running it. Like, it gave me, like, problems. Wait. Yeah, it gave me problems, but long ago when I first tried it, like, to play it, I got kind of stuck. Like, I didn't know what to do or where to go or something. And then I stopped, but the game always intrigued me because it was about vampires and I wanted to see, like, you know, the game. Elaborate, they're a special breed of vampires? I guess so? I'm still at the pretty beginning of this game.
It's locked, all right.
So I'm kind of still learning about things. Still need opium. Gold. Do 2 of those. Do 3 of those. Oh wait, I had a thing for bronchitis? Wait, I could have cured that dude? Aw, man. Bummer.
Razvan Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Skulls. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it.
My recent trip to Whitechapel proved to me how desperate the situation is for Londoners and how they all must cope with this threat the best they can. Causes and effects seem irremediably intertwined. Dorothy Crane chose to steal and blackmail to gather enough money to illegally heal the poor, but I also saw her desperately try to save a dying patient in her rudimentary dispensary. In the end, we both failed saving the poor man, but I am now but I am now convinced the Spanish flu must be linked to the vampire epidemic. For me, from my analysis, I thought this was me for a minute. For my analysis of Razvan's blood revealed the same highly unstable blood I have already observed on William Bishop. I should report all these events to Dr. Swansea and ask for his medical and vampire expertise. Yeah. No, I wasn't conceived. Well, I guess I was conceived in a different way to become a vampire, but not conceived like how we know it. But, yeah, I called Dr. Swansea Swanson for Swanson TV dinners. See what happens here. I'll just talk to him.
Evening, Edgar. Could I get your professional opinion?
Please speak, but I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
I've just looked at the blood of one of our recently deceased.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
This is very interesting. Did you find something else?
Yes. Unlike the flu, the infected begin to show an increase in outwardly aggressive behavior. More than simple agitation. Once docile people become violent.
You mean like rabies? Is there a chance we could create a vaccine, Jonathan, like Pasteur? By the stove, that would be smashing.
There's a lot we're not seeing here, but it is spreading, and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could isolate the properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
But the risk of infection using vampire blood could compound the situation.
I know, but your blood now carries remarkable regenerative properties. With our minds and your blood, there's nothing we couldn't cure.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jonathan. But as I said, I needed to talk to you. I have some rather bad news.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel Cemetery. Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
I was in the tomb. What else to pick up here? Ah, crud. Nope. Nothing. Reach the Stonebridge Cemetery. Alright.
I never thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral. Mary, I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear.
Watch out, boys! I'll put it into you! And you! Get it!
Oh, crap. Shot dead. Wah wah. Yeah. Kind of wanted to end it in the cemetery, but see where it starts me. If I gotta go, if it pits me right back into this fight, I'm gonna finish that. Hours and 44 minutes I was streaming for. Good grief. And I lost a lot of blood I was carrying. That sucks.
Over there! There's one of them!
Really?
Dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength. I can't believe I'm doing this. Are you all right, Miss Shun?
My name is Xiao Shun. This is the proper way to address someone in my country.
I do apologize, Xiao Shun. Are you all right?
Yes, I am. This is the only place where I can find some kind of serenity. Some way to remember my dear Matthew.
Have you recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
This part of town is very fragile. I hope the trust so many people put in her will not be betrayed.
You should go home now.
No, not yet. I miss my dear Matthew so much, and I can't forgive myself.
You realize you can't stay here forever, don't you? Eventually you'll have to leave the cemetery.
Why? Why should I go? Since this is the only place I can find peace of mind.
But you're not dead. There is a difference between visiting the dead and staying with them.
You sound like you're no stranger to the pain I feel.
Let's just say, I too have a good reason to visit cemeteries at night.
Please accept my condolences for your loss then, Dr. Reed.
Tell me how your husband died, Xiaoshu.
Matthew died of the Spanish flu, like so many others. It's a mundane cause of death these days, but for me it meant the end of the world.
At this time, there is so little medical science can do to defeat this terrible epidemic. I'm truly sorry.
The worst thing is not his death, even if it tears me apart. The worst is not to have seen it coming, to have lost him so quickly, even before realizing it.
Did he hide his condition from you?
Matthew was a smiling type, a happy sort. Everything that I am not. Did he laugh at his death to come, or did he not realize what was going to happen? I'll never know.
The Spanish flu may be the worst disease mankind has ever faced. Why are you blaming yourself?
You don't understand. I didn't know he was so sick. I didn't realize the gravity of his situation until it was too late.
As harsh as this sounds, we are all equally vulnerable to this awful disease. It can take the strongest man in just a couple of days.
I never said goodbye to Matthew. We never realized how bad it was. We laughed about it even. He always made me laugh. Now I don't have enough tears to shed.
Are you on your own? Do you have any friends or family who you could be with?
I have family and friends, But I need to be here alone. One day maybe I'll go back to them, but not now. I need silence, and I need sadness.
I've seen many deaths in my life, and we all grieve in our own way. Some stay silent, or need to shout. Others need company, and some just can't stand it.
Thank you for your sincere words, Dr. Reed. I sense you trying to help me, even if I don't quite understand why.
Are you a doctor yourself? Is this why you feel so guilty for not saving your sick husband?
No, I am not. But I still need to blame someone for Matthew's death. And who else, if not his wife, who did not see it coming?
I'm a physician, one of the best in the country. But I was unable to save my own sister, Mary. She died in my arms.
Why tell me this? Is it supposed to make me feel better?
No. But I wanted you to know that you have done nothing wrong. Unlike me.
May I ask what caused the death of your sister?
You could say she was also killed by a terrible disease. A disease I have sworn to fight and cure, no matter how long it takes.
Thank you for sharing that with me, Dr. Reed. Maybe it's time we start to rebuild our lives, you and I.
You thank...
Maybe I'll...
Goodbye for now.
Okay, let's go to...
Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me home.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? If I could only change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
She was a good person. Vibrant, full of life.
She was kindness incarnate, my Mary.
You're a good person, Jonathan. And a young Ekon. A newborn cast into the night without so much as a candle to guide your way.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
How is it possible? Tell me. Is it so easy to take a life every night, and then just smile and nod at those you spared?
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. Loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
You may be right.
Of course. I've stared upon this world for centuries, and time has taught me to deal with guilt, if not erase it.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
There we go. Yep, we're going on the 6-hour mark now. It's time. Hanging up. As soon as this loads. Oh my, I want to thank Gunner for popping in, Mama Pizza for popping in, Bales 613 Gaming for popping in, and Siren Rain for popping in. It's good to see her. It's been a while. It's been too long. Yeah, just giving my thanks to those who have popped in. I always do. For those who are lurking, or those who have lurked, I greatly appreciate the lurk. I'll be continuing more of this game tomorrow, if anybody wants to tune in. Yeah. I think I've got everything covered. So yeah, I'm gonna go stuff my face now. So I'm hungry. But yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be streaming at least 1 p.m. Eastern time. In case you're wondering when I'm gonna be starting Siren. And I don't know how long I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, because usually it depends on how I feel. I at least go for 2 hours. I I don't know definitely how long I go for, unless I have something planned and I need to take off. But I always go and stream at least 2 hours. But anyway. And those who are watching on YouTube, thank you for watching this Let's Play. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty much that. So, yeah. Tomorrow, part 4. Thank you. Well, yeah, it'd be great to see you pop in tomorrow there, Siren. Thank you, I will enjoy dinner. Stir fry. Chicken stir fry. Alright. Thank you all for watching. And I'll see you next time. See yous. Nose is still clean. No boogies. Don't ask.